Hi, Papaya. It was just the wrong microphone. Hi, Papaya. How are we all doing? Happy Sapphic Sunday. How are you? Awesome. Kimmy, thank you for the 50 stream streak. Look at you go. You're building that back up. You're doing amazing. How are you all doing? Yes, I need to just double check my settings. I realized it put the fucking default microphone as my goddamn voice mod mic, but it's not supposed to be it. I don't fucking use that. Why is that my fucking default microphone? No. Stop. Use as default audio. No, use default microphone. How does it say default? Is that default? Default. Yeah, we're good. That's how are we all doing? Just thinking this morning. Play this. Possum, get out of my fucking brain. Possum, for the love of Christ, get out of my goddamn brain. Stop it. Stop. Fuck you. Well, fuck you. I'm trapped. You're trapped in there. That's a problem. But yeah, we're playing Blackberry Honey, the game I got physically. I bought the physical copy at Off-Kai Expo. In January, March, April, May. May 31st. Or is that 30th? How many does May have? 31st. May 31st. I never know how many days months have. May 31st. I bought it at the Street Alarm booth at Off-Kai Expo, and I've been meaning to play it for a while, and it's like, I'm out of gay. I can't think of. I'm not out of gay, but you know, I can't. I put this off for a while, and then might as well play a game I have already, then buy a new one right off the bat. So I pulled out the external disk drive, plugged it in, put the disk in, copied the zip file, copied the zip file from the disk onto my desktop, and extracted it. I'm not sure why I expected it to be played natively on the disk. They don't do that anymore. Been done in a while. Out of gay. Thank you for the quote, Possum. Quote 80. Games have not run natively on discs for a while. And I for some reason thought it would run on the disc natively. I'm not sure why. I just did. I also discovered this afternoon, that there's no category for this game on Twitch. Which always scares me. Always scares me. Always worrisome. When there's no category for game on Twitch. We should be fine. We should be fine. I trust Abby Hime. I trust her to not... You know... It's fine. It's fine, right? It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Right? Quote number 20. Bite me. I'm into that. Wait, what? Wait, what? Why did I say that? Yeah, we should be fine. It's not like it's tagged with sexual content nudity. Oh, they're in the bath. They're in a bath. Okay, that's why. The developer describes the content like this. This visual novel contains some suggestive language, allusions of sexual acts happening, but no explicit depiction of sex, and a scene of a female character in the bath. We should be fine. It's just a bath. We've had worse. We've had fucking Ancora in the goddamn shower. Also, Ancora would love her. I'm excited for that game to come out at some point. Yeah, we should be fine. Nothing to worry about, right? It's perfectly fine. But yeah, we're playing Blackberry Honey. Like I said, I have this for a while now. So I've been meaning to play it, and here we are. What is this? Oh, never mind. But yeah, I know very little about it. As you can tell, if I didn't realize it was tagged adult content. But all I know is that it's maids, English maids, English maid Yuri. The night sky was dark. A few stars twinkled up above. Just tiny pinpricks, like such granules of sugar. The stars looked so small and far away. It tugged at something within the young woman's heart. No, it's the narrator. It's the narrator, not the maid. Was this the same sky her family could see? Were these stars the same stars? Was this moon the same moon? She did know. She hadn't seen her family in so long. But she couldn't think about that now. If she did, she was sure she would cry. And she didn't want to do that. She refused. She'd always been stubborn. That was how she ended up in this mess. The girl had been riding in the back of a horse-drawn cab for upwards to 14 hours, from 7 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock at night. Jesus Christ, that's a long-ass journey. Her legs, which had been cramped up in a space far too small for them for far too long, hurt. Even as she stood there, doing nothing more strenuous than simply existing, her body trembled. It felt like a mischievous imp was inserting needles into the backs of her legs. She could hear, in the distance, the sound of horses' hooves striking against the ground. The carriage was lurching away beneath the cover of the night. There was nowhere else for her to go. Nowhere for her to run. All she could do was stare at the wrought iron gates before her and the large, imposing house beyond. Bly. It was it was worlds apart from the girl's home in Liverpool, which had been shared for many years with her mother and 2 sisters. 3 sisters now, given the recent birth of the youngest Alice. Little Alice. But she would never be able to see Alice grow up. She swallowed, her throat convulsed. So this was to be her new place of residence. But not her home. She could never call it her home. There was something horribly austere about the place, not helped by the sinister shadows that enveloped everything. The trees in the vast expanse of garden were tall and skinny. They stood sentient. They brought waves. Their bows waving in the breeze. Almost like ghosts. Skeletal soldiers. Bly. With its crumbling walls and darkening windows, it seemed like the kind of place that would have a ghost story or two. It existed long enough, but built in the early part of the 17th century, the girl had heard. How many ghosts lurked within these walls? Soon, she will find out. Hello, ping from you. What are you about? What do you want? What do you want? Look, it's fine. Calm down. It's not shown. We're fine, clearly. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing. I've done worse, Possum. Let's be honest. I played worse. I've streamed worse. Fucking the literal incest game. Remember that? I streamed that shit. I unapologetically streamed that. I've had worse. It's fine. Totally fine. Their carpet bag was balanced in the crook of her arm. It was small and had a dent in the side, impossible to remove. She knew, because she tried. All her worldly belongings were stowed inside that single bag. A few sets of clothes, a hairbrush, an old, battered volume of Robinson Crusoe. That was all. There were no toiletries, no jewellery, not even a second pair of shoes. She could afford such luxuries. She's only a maid. A maid at Bly, working in service of the Leonard family. She never met the Leonard family before, but the Pickering's housekeeper, Miss Marianne, had told her they were not so very bad. There was the mistress, Lady Louisa Leonard. The husband, Lord Albert Leonard, who was often away on business trips. And then there was their sole daughter, and heir to the family fortune, Lady Constance Leonard. She could handle that much, couldn't she? She hoped so. She had to. She didn't have a choice. She drew a deep breath. The cold air tugged at her hair and her skirt. Her fingers trembled. They were starting to turn blue. The wind seemed to suck the air out of her lungs. It felt like a cold hand was pressing against her larynx. She choked on her own breath. Her eyes stung. But she wouldn't cry. She'd already told herself she wouldn't. Instead, trying to gather some little scraps of self-confidence, she said, "Blessed. You can do this. There's no turning back now." Pretty. We love her. Look at her. She's so pretty. Lorena. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa? Only 19 years of age. Clutching her bag to her chest and straightened her back. Rot. Caught. What? Lorena, what? Lorena will. What? What? She wasn't one to back down from a challenge. Just how bad could Bly possibly be? Ebihime presents
Blackberry honey, your drops seal our fate. Deep in your garden, love germinates. Lilies white, fill my soul up with tender light, and roses so red, bloom therein with delight. Indigo, violets like moonbeams so high, and noble in color my sky.
gay.
Sweet starlight above, carry my wishes, small dreams in my love. Past the gardens deep and the foxgloves ring,
The 16th of March, Wednesday. I was expecting a opening sequence with music, with lyrics too. Whoa, fun! What a nice surprise! What a good surprise! When Lorena, wow, whoa, opened her eyes, she was met with the same dismal sight that had greeted her every morning for the past 4 months. It's been 4 months! A grey ceiling, peppered here and there with ominous cracks, heralding the end of the building. Another day when it one day collapsed under its weight. Hello, phone. Are you a real person following me on Blue Sky? We'll find out. Are you a real human being? Your profile's gone. Okay, I see how it's gone now. The follow is... Oh, maybe some of one of my other accounts, probably. I have too many accounts. This one? No, but you... are not blocking you. You too. This is not important, but I'm doing this nonetheless. This account. Ah, this account. That is. This account is. What the fuck? And then you. This is a porn. That's just prawn. Goodbye. Anyways. For the time being, however, this was where Lorena was asleep. Her very own bedroom in Bly. Not that it was her bedroom, of course. It was a small, tightly packed attic she shared with 5 of her fellow maids. Isabel, Pauline, Ada, Effie, and the Swiss-born Lieselot. That's to Google, because I'm interested. I feel like we're gonna say that name a lot. I feel like we're gonna say that a lot. Pronunciation. Lieselot. Lieselotto. So that guy, we just listened to pronounce that name. Very deep. Really close to his microphone. I didn't like it. Please move away from your fucking microphone. Thank you. I hated that. So much. Lieselotto. The other maids were arising, stretching, and yawning, complaining. Isabel and Pauline were the worst of it. They always complained. Rena supposed it was very English, in a way, but she rather wished they wouldn't. Ugh, my head feels so thick. Must mean there's rain coming. It always bloody rains around here. Would it be England without it? I like the rain. Couldn't you, Effie? Good morning, Lorena. I am not going to remember those accents at all. Lorena stretched and sat up in bed. The thin sheets pooled around her body. The sheets were stained with and rarely offered any warmth. not even in the spring. Still, Lorena supposed it was better than nothing. Look at the bright side. That was her mother. That's what her mother would say. There's always a silver lining. Said silver lining being Lorena's fellow maid, Ada. Ada was rather young, only a year or so older than Lorena. The two maids had formed something of an alliance. They were both the oldest sisters in large families, and they both worked in order to support their siblings. The only difference was Ada had 3 younger brothers, Lorena had 3 younger sisters. Good morning, Ada. Good? What's so good about it exactly? It's just a figure of speech. I don't care what it is. It's blinking ridiculous. Here, does anybody want to wake up at 5 o'clock? Maybe masochists. Must be bloody masochistic. Looking here, my fingers are short to pieces. They're shaking. I'd never be able to fight the fire like this. Oh, don't talk about fires. I'm frigid. Last night was cold. You think that was... that's what I thought this lot was going to look like. You think that was cold? There was nothing compared to the winters of Andermatt. And in case you hadn't realised, Liselott, you're not in Switzerland anymore. This is for Swiss. Swiss accent. What's a Swiss accent? Oh, gosh. Ah, yes. Oh, how I miss it. The sun rising over the Alps is truly a sight to behold. I wish you could all see it. I wish you could all see it. That doesn't sound very lovely. They say the air of the Alps is very good for circulation. I'm sure it would be wonders. Would do you wonders? Do you really think so? Oh yes, I know so. Unfortunately, there are no Alps around to be pulled here. Could you head out the clouds, Lottie? Don't shove it up your chimney. You Englishwomen are so witty. Are so very witty. Witty was the last word Lorena would have used to conjugation and conjecture. In conjecture? Conjecture to Elizabeth. Is it Elizabeth? Oh my god, fucking Jesus Christmas. Witty was the last word Lorena would have used in conjunction with Isabel, but she decided to keep that to herself. With a small yawn, the young maid stretched her arms above her head. She was unsure what time it was exactly, but it must have been around 5 o'clock in the morning. Mornings came for the servants, obliged several hours earlier than they did for Lady Leonard and her privileged offspring, Lady Constance. The servants had to wake up at unforgiving hours before even the sun had started to rise. There was a lot in life to scuttle about soundlessly, creeping through the shadowy hallways, opening the shutters, polishing the fireplaces, dusting the mantelpieces, and so on and so forth. It never ends. From 5 o'clock in the morning until 7 o'clock at night, the maids of Bly were fully occupied with their work. There wasn't a single moment where they could sit down and rest. Maybe that was why Isabel and Pauline, the maids for longer than others, were so sappish and irritable. It didn't help that the head butler, Grant Lester, was such a stickler for the rules. He was incredibly strict, perhaps more than Lady Leonard herself. Hey, Lorena! Pauline, who had already dressed, gave Lorena a disparaging look. Were you planning on getting dressed at some point? Or are you just going to sit there? Lorena scrambled to her feet, throwing the covers to one side. She had been so immersed in her idle fancies she'd quite forgotten. Lorena sniggered. So did Isabel. I'm sorry. I'm getting ready right now. Don't apologize to us. Voice to Mr. Lester. You're late coming downstairs. When you're late coming downstairs. Again. I'm getting dressed right now. I am. Do you want us to applaud? We shan't wait for you, you know. Let's go. We'll all be old women by the time that she's finished. But that includes you too, Ada. Alright. Sorry, Lorena. Don't report us to her, stupid! If she's got scolded, she'll deserve it. On her own head to be it. I understand. Sorry. And you too, Lottie. Are you coming over? Are you coming, or are you still thinking about Switzerland? I am always thinking about Switzerland. But I do not want to be scolded by Mr. Lester. He is so very strict. Lottie gave Lorena an apologetic smile. I will see you later, Lorena. If you ever have cause to feel down, just think about the Alps. I will. Not that Lorena knew what the Alps looked like. She didn't know very much, really. She'd never been caused to travel beyond the border of her home country. Being a maid, she'd probably never get the chance. Saving. Saving is important. Saving. Her future was already set in stone. Her further future. Later that morning. Is this the one you wanted? Lady Constance made a show of pondering, index finger tapping against her lower lip before she shook her head. No, that is obviously not good enough. The leaves had been eaten by caterpillars. Look. I can't see anything wrong with it myself. Then you are blind. Or perhaps you're just a little madam. Lena muttered mutinously under her breath. She knew she wasn't supposed to speak ill of her social betters, though, had Lady Constance been one of Laurie's younger sisters, Lorena would have lost her temper already. Well, if you don't like it, I can always look from another. See to it that you do! I could not stand having a display of withering rose in my bedroom. I bet you couldn't. But you couldn't. What was that? Oh, nothing. Just talk to myself. Well, don't. Mother says it's a sign of madness. Perhaps she was mad, Lady mused. She must have been, to take Lady Constance's abuse. If she had 1 ounce of sense, she would have slapped Lady Constance right across her smug little face. 12 years old, oh no. In fact, it is precisely because Lady Constance was 12 years old that she needed disciplining. If nobody gave her a stern talking to, Lorena feared Lady Constance would become quite an unpleasant person when she got older. Even more unpleasant than she was already. Lady Constance had been a sweet, innocent child who enjoyed tucking herself into small little corners and reading books. She would have been a pleasure to serve. Lorena would have gone out of her way to make life as comfortable as possible for this imaginary Constance. The real Constance, however, was not so lovely. Real little girls never were, though they were depicted as sweet, delicate angels and flares in poems, the reality was rather different. Now, maid, try to find me some roses that look nice. It wouldn't be too hard. Joe has strict orders to only let the most beautiful roses bloom in this garden. Yes, miss. But that was easier said than done. If the roses within Maria's immediate vicinity were not acceptable, for whatever make-believe reason Lady Constance had dreamt up, she would need to search harder. What about the roses that were further back in the thicket? Marie begins the search, brushing some of the roses to one side. The flowers were undeniably beautiful, their pink petals as soft as velvet, but the thorns were numerous. They were sharp and pointed, just waiting to spill blood. It's like, I wanna... Yes. I'm gonna try do something in the background. Give me a minute. Also, good music. Love it. I'm just checking something real quick. Okay. Okay. That's fine. That's fair. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. You got the distraction there. We're good to go. Almost. Actually, let me check one more thing. Yeah, we're good. Sorry about that. The flowers had undeniably beautiful. The pink, sharp and pointed, waiting for blood. Ready that, are you? Marina shied away from like a reluctant pony. Her fingertips trembled. The thorn promised pain, and she had no desire to cause herself unnecessary grief. Lady Constance, meanwhile, was unsympathetic. The little girl tutted and sighed and tapped her right foot against the ground. her brown eyes rolling about inside her head the whole time. It should be easy, maid. Don't understand why you're taking so long. It would be easy, Lena wished she could retort, if somebody was not hell-bent on making this so complicated. But of course, didn't say that. Not even under her breath. It wouldn't have been worth it. Is this rose to your liking, miss? No, no, no! This isn't good enough at all! Then this one? No! I want the best roses in my room! Anything less would be an insult, unless... Are you trying to insult me? Of course not, miss. And take this more seriously! You are a maid, aren't you? Yes, miss. Then you should do everything within your power to keep me happy. Yes, miss. Stop doing your job properly! I ordered you to pick me the best roses. That's what I accept. The best roses are the ones right at the back, so you need to look a little deeper. What, miss? What? Didn't you hear what I said? I gave you an order. I realize that, but... Are those ears of yours just for show? You are listening, aren't you? Yes, I understand. You understand what? I understand, miss. If you understand, start looking. I won't leave until you've picked at least one acceptable flower next to the rose. Yes, miss. What an asshole. What a fucking prick. Left with no other alternative, the young maid continued her search among the flower beds. Her arms trembled, so too did her eyelashes. Her body was tense and taut. One wrong move and she would lacerate her skin. Not just one, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 15 places. Then she would start swearing under her breath, bringing tears at her eyes. Marina didn't want to show such a weak side of her character to Lady Constance. She could hardly hear the thought. That was probably why Lady Constance liked picking on her. Lorena had too much pride, but she got flustered easily, and couldn't always stand up for herself. It was like the parlour maids. She would never let the parlour maid. Not that she wanted to be. The parlour maid was a cold woman, aloof and distant, who never spoke to Lorena to pass malicious comments. Her balm statements slid beneath the skin more effectively than 1,000 thorns from 1,000 roses. The parlour maid's words hurt, and Lorena didn't even know why. It was as though Lorena wanted to be her approval. She didn't like her. She didn't like her at all. Why was it, then, that Lorena's throat felt dry when she saw her, and her stomach fluttered? She couldn't look her in the eyes, and she... Lorena gasped in shock, and stepped away from the rosebush, clasping her hand to her chest. 3 wounds crisscrossed against the back of her right hand, and 2 of them were shallow. Superficial. Oozing droplets of crimson blood, no bigger than pinheads, but the other was way bigger. This cut had cleaved a chunk of flesh out of her hand, stripping back the skin like a roll of wallpaper. Then stared at her hand, and at the ground. There was splotches of blood, her blood, just inches away from her right foot. She shook her head. She felt sick. Blood did often make Lorena feel faint. There was quite a lot of it, she didn't want to smear her apron. And, to make matters worse, there was a thorn embedded in the back of her hand. It emerged from the open wound like a piece of thread through the eye of a needle. Don't you know with a flower bed, idiot? What do you think you're doing? I just, No, don't tell me! I know the answer! You won't think at all! You maids really are useless! She's being gay. The parlor maid! Oh my god, it's her. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, she's so pretty, and for what, and for what, and for what? Oh my god. My. How did you do that to yourself? It was an accident. Well, I should hope you didn't do it on purpose. That would be quite the foolish thing to do. She's blushing. She's gay. Lorena's fucking gay. Lorena glowered, her cheeks flushed. The parlour maid was always cool, calm and irritatingly aloof. She's as haughty as a cat, constantly seemed to look down on others, but always accompanied her blatant disregard with a small smile. Lorena never felt quite herself when she was in the company of this unsettling woman. Her gaze made Lorena tremble. It was almost as if everything within Lorena had been misaligned by an inch or so, so her skeleton no longer fit neatly inside her body. She didn't give her a few more chapters. Be fucking gay. Truthfully, Luna had been hoping to avoid the parlour maid during this sad state of affairs. In a more perfect world, she would have retreated to the kitchen, cleaned the blood off her hands beneath the sink, and poured out the offending thorn with minimal fuss. No fanfare at all. I'll say hydrate. And hydrate. Come on. What is this? Notification. Why is there a notification? Nothing important, okay. Weird. That was what she wanted. But life was never that simple. The parlour maid had been in the kitchen already, and Luna had only realized when she would cross the threshold, and their eyes had met. It had been too late to turn about and leave. Why the parlour maid was in the kitchen, and not in the parlour, as the title suggested, was a mystery. It appeared, though, Luna had no intention of asking her, and that she was in the middle of preparing various tea things, arranging several willow-patterned teacups, and a matching teapot, and a tea tray. Was Lady Leonard having a guest then? It seems as a good guess as any. So, what do you want? I was wondering if I could take off your hand. Why do you want to do that? Oh dear, so suspicious. I just wanted to know if I could give any assistance. You look like you were in pain. I don't know why you care. I'm just trying to show an interest. There's nothing terrible about that, is there? I... Do you think I'm terrible? Yuri swallowed. She hadn't expected the sudden inquiry. Why was the Parliament trying to put words in her mouth? I never said that. Then stop being foolish and let me help you. You cannot expect to perform satisfactory first aid on yourself. With the one hand. It can't be done. But you have work to do. I always have work to do. You can wait. But later than not. I won't mind if her tea is a minute or two late, I'm sure. She'd mind if I was the one who had to deliver it. But you're not, and I am. And this is different. That's right. It is different, isn't it? You should look so down. I'm just stating the facts. Is there to sulk? I'm not sulking! Not anymore. You're angry with me, aren't you? Then opened her mouth, closed it again, face turned even brighter. Barmaid laughed. You were so easy to read, Yuri. Yuri? That's right. Yuri. Nobody calls me that. Nobody calls me that. I just did. I wish you wouldn't. We can't all have what we want. I'm aware of that. Thank you very much. Maida frowned. The parlourmaid knew her name, though she insisted on using a silly nickname, for whatever reason. But Lorena didn't know hers. I just did. What should you do about it, punk? Maybe. She should have done, considering she had been at Blythe for 4 months. The parlourmaid's name was strange and foreign. It was difficult to get her tongue around. No, it's not difficult to get her tongue around? Why should she need to know her name anyway? They're not friends. Lorena wanted nothing to do with the insufferable woman. But all the same. Ow. Don't bonk me. Look at them. They're so cute. Look at them. Also, I love the parlourmaid's outfit. I love her whole demeanor. I love her hair. Her earrings are so cute too. I love her. What are you doing? Taking care of you. Like I said I would. But why? Because I don't believe you can take care of yourself. That's quite an assumption to make. Not a very polite one either. Why should I worry about being polite? I'm polite enough to Lady Leonard, though. I don't think she deserves it. One gets awfully tired of minding their own business. The matters all the time. You agree with me, don't you? That's besides the point. So, you do agree. How lovely. Now hold still. The parlourmaid's hand was smooth and soft. Her fingers were slender. Those hands are very of an artist. Artisan. Now those hands were holding the arenas. It's like I need to hydrate real quick. Take it back. I'm back. What's this ping for? Actually, I think I know what the ping's for. Yep, okay. Second. Okay, rod. This button. Sorry. Sorry. I just looked down. Oh, this is... I see. I just looked down at my phone to see Vina reply with smash the wishlist button, but replied on your alt account, on your art account. I see. I see. That's funny. What are 5 connections? Streamlabs connection. I don't have Streamlabs connection. Streamlabs. The fuck? Anyways. Minna felt herself shivering, and not just because of the pain. Her right hand was still bleeding, though gently. The bloodshed was so slow and lackadaisical. Lackadaisical. It was almost relaxing. Now, what is this? The parlour maid's lips were inches away from the shell of Lorena's ear. Her breath tickled. Is this a thorn? Luna nodded dumbly. How did you do this to yourself? Did you fall into a rose bush? It wasn't intentional. It wasn't intentional. Then you were pushed? You could say that, I suppose. This is one of Lady Constance's whims. Yes, she wanted me to pick some roses for her, but I got hurt in the process. Evidently. The parlour maid clicked her tongue against the roof of her mouth. Lady Constance doesn't care for flowers, you know. She's an exceedingly careless girl. I'm aware of that. Then why did you go along with her selfish quest? She was only trying to make you miserable. It seems she was successful. Look what has happened to you. What you let happen. I beg your pardon. You heard what I said. I did, but you couldn't have meant it. Why not? Why not? I didn't let this happen. I didn't want to cut myself. You just... What? I... Lorena opened her mouth and opened and closed her mouth, but no words came out. When she needed them the most, they abandoned her. I see. No response is forthcoming. How disappointing. Anyway, let me attend to this. I never asked you to... Well, but I will. Because if I don't, you will get infected, and you will get sick. Fine. Go ahead. This will probably hurt. I'll be prepared. Do your worst. Oh? Was it a challenge? Take it however you want. Hey, yo? I believe that is your role, my little Larry. Hey, yo? What do you... Luna jumped. A sharp burst of pain flared up in her afflicted finger, as though a match had been struck against it. Then all of a sudden... There we go. That should take care of it. The parlour maid pulled the thorn free. Blood began to trickle from the cut. It looked brighter than ever, so red it was almost dazzling, dizzying. Almost. Now, let's get you cleaned up. Lena followed, obedient as a child, as the parlour maid led her to the ceramic sink. There she turned on the tap, and a steady stream of water began to flow. This looks a bit... But you can handle it. Can't you? I thought so. You're a big girl. The parlour maid's small smile did not evade. Even as Lorena's finger spasmed beneath the water. Lorena glared at her beneath her eyelashes. Her shoulders trembled. You. Yes. What does it do? Lorena gritted her teeth together. And the words bubbling up within her breast were treacherous. She would never have been able to say such things to Lady Constance or Lady Leonard, so for fear of losing her job. But she could say them to the parlour maid. The parlour maid was the only one Lorena could take her anger out on. I don't like you at all. Oh dear, how sad. The parlour maid sighed. How could you say that when I'm just trying to help you? You didn't want to help. You want to gloat. I think you're misunderstanding something, my little Lori. What? Unlike you, I don't do things unless I want to. But you can't live life like that. You're supposed to be made. Answering the whims of others is your purpose in life. I want to set my own purpose in life, thank you. Now hold still. Luna's blood continued to splat against the white ceramic basin of the sink. Not a bit soon washed it away, muting the colour until no more trace remained. Well, that's such a sad. The parlour maid took a seat, took a step backwards, running her hand through her dark hair. The action seemed carefully calculated, however, somehow, it made Lorena feel uneasy. Everything about the older woman was unsettling. And don't worry, but there's no need to thank. And don't worry, there's no need to thank me. I was going to, and I still can't stand you. I know that only too well. If you cared for me in any way, you might have tried remembering my name. Oh well. Future reference, it's Taohua. Taohua. Not that you care. I'll be right back. Apple. The 2nd of April. Saturday. Several weeks passed, and Lorena had been trying to avoid Lady Constance as much as possible. Lady Constance had always been petty and vindictive, but she seemed even more so as of late, and Lorena didn't want to get caught up in her silly temper tantrums. Lady Constance wasn't the only one Lorena had been skirting around. There was always the parlour maid, Tao Hua. Her name was Tao Hua. Not that Lorena wanted to remember it. She'd far rather forget her. Lorena didn't want to remember how Tao Hua's fingers had trailed gently across her palm, or the soft whispers in her voice, or the strangely intoxicating scent of orange peels and bergamot that clung to her skin and hair. And she certainly didn't want to remember her withering stare or dares of tone. Certainly not that. Look what happened to you. What you let happen? How stuck up. Like you're so perfect. She down bad indeed, Possum. Indeed. Marina grit her teeth together so hard the enamel threatened to crack and turned over in her bed. The springs of her mattress creaked. The icy air nipped Lorena's fingers and toes, making them twitch.tv. Twitch.tv. As per usual, her blanket offered no warmth. 'Tis but a thin fucking piece of fabric. Oh, Adamat. Could it really be? Lieslotte was curled up on her side, arms wrapped around her pillow. About her pillow, her long, flaxen hair split across her bed. Some of it trailed to the floorboards, Rapunzel-like. She was dreaming about the Alps again. She was always dreaming about the Alps. At least some things never changed. Lorena watched her, picking out Lieselotte's delicate features in the dark, her pale eyelashes, her snub nose, her pursed lips, her long, long hair. Lorena could imagine the children of Andermatt brushing Lieselotte's hair for her, and threading it through the flowers, orchids, violets, and delicate purple primulas. Like something from a fairy tale. Lieselotte really did look like a princess. The other maids, meanwhile, were slightly less flattering in their slumber. Pauline snored. Isabel shifted, perpetually restless. Effie had a tendency to lay so silent and still, like some kind of wax effigy. Lorena always feared she had died. Ada, meanwhile. The young maid had weak lungs, and her soft, gentle snores were cracked and hissy. Her breath was labouring during the day, but even worse at night. It sounded like a young girl. It sounded less like a young girl than an old man. Lorena often felt sorry for Ada. Walking up a single flight of stairs was often enough to make her double over, gasping for air that her lungs seemed determined to reject. It could always be worse, Lorena mused. She could be Ada. At least she wasn't Ada. Tao Hua didn't sleep in the small, draughty attic room, which was termed the Virgin Quarters by the unpleasantly snickering footman. Tao Hua was unique, worlds apart from the plain, boring English maids of Blight, Bly, or European. More European and Liserotte's case. Tao Hua's skin was a touch darker, her irises striking green, and her hair was black and silky. A rare flower surrounded by weeds. She was so special to mix. She was too special to mix with the other maids, too important to befriend them, too aloof to even try. Mama, Papa, Daisy too. I miss you so much. I miss you so. Tao Hua was graceful and composed, while Lorena was awkward and flustered easily. Lorena couldn't imagine Tao Hua ever allowing Lady Constance to boss her around. But that didn't mean she could treat Lorena so poorly. Tao Hua had handled Lorena carefully, like she was some kind of precious instrument, yet she had insulted her at the same time. It was confusing. I felt flirting. Andermatt, Mr. Andermatt, it has been years and yet... What kind of name was Tao Hua, anyway? Lorena had not heard of it before. She couldn't understand it either. If she couldn't understand the name, how on earth could she ever hope to understand the woman attached to it? Lorena didn't want to understand her. She hated her. Didn't she? Lorena bit down on her lower lip, and turned over once more. She didn't care how tangled her hair got. She turned again, and again, and again. But no matter how she tried, she couldn't get comfortable. Just when her eyelids had started to feel heavy, she could almost imagine herself slipping into the land of slumber. I never wish to leave. I cannot. This is where I belong. Liesel chose the moment to declare rather loudly for her sleep talker. She continued allegiance to her beloved Andermatt. Lorena's left eye twitched. Fine, fine, fine. I'm getting up. Oh, Andermatt! Shut up. Lorena sat up, her hair a disheveled mess, and glared at Lieselot. Even in her sleep, Lisa looked perfect. Her face glowed with health, and her flaxen hair was full of life. Maybe it was because of Andermatt. If Lorena had been born against the mountains, had spent her youth picking flowers and looking cows price, her cheeks would have permanent roses too. Then again, maybe not. Lorena sighed and massaged her temple with her fingers. She needed to talk to somebody. But who? Everyone was asleep. Then in that case... a letter. I'll be right back. Yes, that seems like a sensible solution. A letter? To whom? Shrugs. How the fucking clue? To somebody indeed, though. Lorena missed missed her mother. She missed her a good deal. I miss my mother, Tails. I miss her a lot. I'm gonna go now. Missed her a lot. Good deal. She missed her sisters too. Ethel and Mary. She missed little Alice, who had been only 2 years old the last time Lorena set her eyes on her. She would be 5 now. Time really did fly. The 3rd of April, Sunday. The next day, we're in church. And one of you say unto them, Depart in peace. Be ye warmed and filled. Warmed.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would
Hydrate.
enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
And party check. Warmed, was it? No, that's not Father Hans. Father Hans is this. This is Father Hans. You witch. Granny Holes is a fucking asshole. Granny Holes did some unsavory things in that forest, in those woods. She came in empty-handed and came back with you, Elise. You wretched being.
What in the Lord's name?
I know. It's weird. Serena's frigid, frostbitten ears. That was a pleasant idea indeed. For goodness sake! The maid shifted on the pew, her fingers linked together on a lamp. The wooden pew was icy, and seemed to bleed all the heat from her thighs, though they were pressed together. It was miraculous, really, that St. Mary's Church was so bitterly cold all the year round, despite the large amount of human bodies crammed into it. But perhaps the culprit behind the pervading chill was not the weather, After all, it was the veritable Vigor, one Reverend Marner. When he surveyed his congregation, peering at them with the intensity of one trying to discern the oxygen within the air, all heat seemed to evaporate from the room. His eyes were such a striking pale blue. Rita was half tempted to believe they contained within them shards of ice. Notwithstanding, ye give them not those things which are needful to the body, but doth it profit? What doth it profit indeed? Lorena wasn't entirely sure, but Reverend Marner made this rhetorical question seem to be the utmost concern. The Reverend paused once more. He was fond of inserting large pauses into his sermons, so that his eyes sweep among the assembled men and women in their Sunday finest. Not that Lorena, being a maid, had any Sunday finest. The maid's uniform, supplied by the Leonards, was the most sophisticated item of clothing she owned. Consequently, that was what she was wearing. Lorena knew some of them are esteemed men and women of the St. Mary's parish. The derided parish derided her for her choice wardrobe, but she had little else to choose from. Even so faithful, if it hath not works, in dead being alone. But, by goodness, the church was cold. Lorena wasn't the only one attempting and failing to cease his squirming. Ada was in a similar predicament. She was shifting here and there to encourage the circulation in her legs. The maids of Bly sat together during the service. Ada was on one side of Lorena, Paulina the other, Isabel, Liselotte, and the ever inscrutable Effie made up the rest of Bly's pretty maids. As might be expected, they were all sitting in a row. Not that Pauline was particularly pretty. She'd always reminded Lorena of a horse. A man may say, "Thou hast faith, and I have works." Lady Leonard and Lady Constance were also in attendance, though they weren't sitting with the maids. The maids of Bly were relegated to pews near the back of the church, while the upper echelon of society was seated to the front. Should the apocalypse truly occur, Lorena had no doubt the rich and the beautiful would be ushered up to the pearly gates first. That was how things seemed to work. In a second. Shew me thy faith. Shew me my faith without thy works, and I will shew thee my faith with my works. But that was one servant of the Leonard household who was consequently absent. Tao Hua. Though Bly's other servants, all 23 of them, from the cook to the valet to the coachman, attended the Sunday service religiously, Tao Hua had never once seen fit to make an entrance. Lorena doubted whether the woman had placed so much as a single toe over the threshold of St. Mary's before, but she was not particularly distraught over her absence. It made it easier to focus. What if Tao Hua was around? Lorena thought started to flutter. Her cheeks flushed. She found herself feeling quite unlike her usual self. The letters residing in her pocket, folded neatly and placed within the confines of a brown envelope, was proof enough of that. Thou believest that there is one God. Thou dost well. They will also believe and tremble. Marina herself started to tremble. That woman was a Christian. One merely had to look at her to gauge that much. Her peculiar skin, her peculiar eyes, her long black hair. There's something decidedly unsettling about that woman, even more so than the tone of Reverend Marner's voice. But for whatever reason, Mary couldn't stop thinking about her. That's pretty gay. I'm still not used to the church services of the England. Was it much different in Andermatt? Well, Miss Latte pondered, tapping her one finger against her lower lip. It was more or less the same, I suppose, but I rather miss hearing stories about Saint Verena. Who is he? He? Oh my! I see you English are not familiar with Saint Verena after all. Verena. I'm sorry. I haven't heard of them. It doesn't ring a bell. Saint Verena is a Swiss saint. She used to be a nurse, and she devoted her life to the spiritual and physical care of young girls. Apparently she was also very pretty. Lizelotte beamed and clasped her hands together. I too wish to live a pure and devout life as a good Christian, just like my favorite saint. You have a favorite saint? You have a favorite saint? Surely, if one wants to be a good Christian, you shouldn't pick favorites. Oh, I know! Papa said much the same, but I can't help myself. She is depicted in a stained glass window in the church of St. Peter and Paul in my Andermatt, and she looked so very kind and benevolent, not to mention her hair. So, you like the Swiss saint solely for her looks? That's awfully shallow, Lottie. It isn't shallow. I thought entirely. There's nothing wrong with liking pretty girls. Exactly! I suppose any saint who concerns herself with the welfare of maidens, like others. Sadly, I'm a woman, not a maiden. I think I'm in touch too old for your holy Saint Verena. Saint Verena would not discriminate, I am sure. All right. You're starting to sound like a saint yourself. Saint Lottie. I think Lottie might make a nice saint. She's nice enough, but I doubt. She's nice, but I doubt she can perform any miracles. None of us can. You know, I wouldn't mind being a saint. I've always wanted to appear on a stained glass window. You would look very pretty. You think? It would suit you better than me. Now. Pride is a deadly sin, Lottie. What, really? I think so. You won't be going to heaven with that attitude. You won't be going to heaven with that attitude. Oh my, I do not wish to cause any offense. The maids of Bly continued in their manner as they walked through the streets of Ellesmere, their feet striking against the ground. Lorena's skirt swirled about her ankles. The letter inside her pocket rustled with each step. Ah! The letter! Lorena had been so taken by Lizotte, she's almost forgotten. Oh, do excuse me. There's something I need to do before I return. Something you need to do, This sounds rather suspicious. I promise it won't take a minute. If you're late so much by 30 seconds, you'll be in for a high jump. Mr. Lester runs a very tight ship, you know. You should know. You're the one who always gets in trouble. I'm aware of as quick as I can. Not that it really concerns us, but... The corners of Pauline's lips formed an unpleasant smirk. If you're late back, Lorena, we won't cover for you. I know. And so, the gaggle of maids left Lorena behind. What a bitch. That's a Tahua, or Tilly, as Lorena had oh so cleverly termed her in her letter, weighed heavily upon the young maid's mind. She had to get a second opinion. It had been impossible to think about anything but the older woman during the service. So consumed by Tahua, she had been, and still was, she failed to realize where she was walking. Ah! Until it was too late. Luna recoiled, holding a hand to her cheek. Her jaw hurt. She had she just, quite literally, walked into somebody. Tahua, oh wow. My. You should watch where you're going, dear, or you might cause somebody some serious harm. Oh, I am... Nothing to say. Cat got your tongue. Lorena flustered, and glanced down at the ground. It did help the woman she'd walked into was rather pretty. That's pretty gay. She had brown hair that put Lorena in mind of chestnuts. Her attire, meanwhile, was much like that of a school teacher, with a white blouse and a long, sensible skirt. She didn't look too dissimilar from Miss Amy, Lady Constance's governess. Neither was she alone. A blonde girl with a disagreeable scowl stood by the woman's side, her hands planted firmly against her hips. Upon closer inspection, Lorena realized that she knew these women. She'd never spoken to them before, but she had seen them in passing on more than one occasion. They frequented the Sunday service at St. Mary's too. It was a small world after all, and Ellesmere was smaller than most. A smirk captured the other woman's lips. She surveyed Lorena with disgusted amusement. Now that I look at you properly, you're rather lovely. Lovely, I am. Indeed, I'm quite fond of soft, shy girls. Oh, please. Your kind are so very fun to play with, you know. Do give it a rest. The shorter girl rolled her eyes emphatically, in the manner of one who must have practiced the gesture a good deal before a full-length mirror. You should restrict your playing solely to the violin. I know, but when faced with a sweet young thing like this, how can I resist? You'll have to do your best. You know what Reverend Marner says. Pits of hell and eternal damnation. Yes, I know. Honestly, you need to stop leaving pretty girls alone. Boo. That's so boring. The young girl pulled a face. Do you even listen when you attend church, or is your head off in the clouds? For a little beach under my breath, more the... I prefer to hum a little batch under my breath, while the venerable Reverend goes on and on. It is true. Big sister! The younger sister shook her head. Her expression was incredulous. You are impossible! Indeed. Indeed? Excuse me? I apologize if I was in the way, but I still changed to be... Alright, I'm sorry. Well, run along then. I trust I will be seeing you in due course. A mischievous smile. Miss Lorena, right? Quoi? Miss Lena Hua. The 4th of April. Monday. The next day. It was Monday, and Lorena found herself occupied with the arduous task of doing the laundry. The housekeeper, Miss Elisina Smythe, had stripped a pile of bedsheets from the innumerable unnecessary guest rooms in Bly. These sheets had not been slept in for years, and Lorena doubted they would be put to use in the immediate future. Why then did she have to waste or wash them? The young maid, it seemed like nothing more than pointless busywork. Miss Smith's orders, however, were absolute. The washing was always done on Mondays. Miss Smythe was a stickler for that. It was an unwritten rule at Bly. But perhaps it was not so unwritten after all, because Miss Smith had read about it in Estelle Wood's popular vertical housekeeping squad guide. In any event, Lorena had managed to progress to the 3rd stage of the long, laborious chore, which is boiling the linen in soapy water, stirring them with a wooden stick. Bedsheet soup. My favorite. Lorena sighed deeply. It didn't make her feel any better. This would be far easier if she had help. But Pauline, who was supposed to aid her, had swanned off a good 20 minutes or so ago. Lorena had no idea when, or indeed if, she would return. That Pauline. She's always shirking her duties. All the while complaining about how very hard she worked. Lorena would like to give her a taste of her medicine. If only she could become an average Valkyrie. Avenging Valkyrie. But alas, she was just a maid. She gritted her teeth together. The smell of boiled linen assaulted her nostrils. It wasn't particularly pleasant. Washing clothes never was. Curse Miss Smythe. Her draconian rules and curse Estelle Wood for her stupid practical housekeeping's guide. And most of all, curse Pauline for being an incredibly infuriating, useless. Marina, swollen hurt, her forehead beaded with sweat, the hair stuck in her skirt, which stuck to her skin. Why was she always charged with the most physically draining tasks? Maybe it was because she was still the new girl. Maybe it was because Pauline underhanded dealings. Maybe it was because Lady Constance didn't like her. Maybe it was a mix of all three. But that was also that was always the rumor to take into account. They couldn't have been helped. Perhaps this was supposed to be some sort of punishment. Everyone seemed to know what had transpired between Lorena and the Pickings family, even Lady Constance. And speaking of which, are you enjoying yourself, maid? Shouldn't you be in the drawing room with Miss Aunt Amy? Where I go and what I do with my spare time is of no concern to you. I suppose it isn't, no. What you do with your time, however, is a concern of mine. It concerns me greatly. Are you working or are you just standing there? I was taking a short break, miss. My arm started to hurt. Your arm's hurt? Oh, how terrible! I'm so sorry about your arm's hurt. This is your job, maid. I have no sympathy for you and all your complaints. Marina could believe that quite easily. Now, I must be on my way, but if you think about taking another ill-deserved break, you know what will happen to you, don't you? I have a vague idea, miss. Good. Then you're not as stupid as you look. And with a selfish little smirk, the younger mistress turned and picked her way through the rose garden. It looked like she was searching for something. But what? They watched with mild interest, lips pursed together. Well, Lady Constance had said it was none of her business, really. Not my business. The 5th of April, the next day, again. Marie? Have you heard the news? What news? Marina, who had divested herself the maid's garments and was in the midst of folding them, glanced over her shoulder and looked at Ada. Ada was sitting on the edge of her bed, still in uniform. Brown hair was tied into 2 stubby braids, and that rested against her shoulders. Though Ada had worked at life longer than Lorena, and was subsided on poultry meats for several years, her facial features had always been rounded. She was short of stature, shorter than even Lorena, with a flat nose, rotund cheeks, and
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
And stretch. Yep. Lena and Elizabeth. Yeah, why are you looking at her thighs, narrator? Oh no! Pauline and Isabel frequently teased her about it, and one of the footmen, a smug man with a rakish, wicked look, called Ada Miss Ticklet whenever she was within earshot. Lorena, however, thought Ada outward's appearance was suited her personality to a T. Her body was soft and warm, just like she was. This will probably sound silly, but last night, or for a few nights actually, I'm hearing someone strange noises. Strange noises? Like what? It's hard to explain. Footsteps, I suppose. Is that so? Lizotti. Lizotti had been combing her long hair, set the brush aside, and chipped in excitedly. I had been hearing much of the same, and was quite disturbed by my beauty sleep. You know what they say. What do they say? No rest for the wicked. You think the source of these noises may be wicked? Oh my. Do you think perhaps it is a ghost? I hope not. I mean, I've never seen a ghost before, but I've heard they're quite scary. How marvelous! How exactly is that marvelous? Because ghosts are so very romantic, you see. I'm afraid to follow. How can you not? You're English. Your country is renowned for its ghost stories, yes? I think it's a lot of nonsense myself. Perhaps. But imagine, to live life so much, you cannot stand to be parted from it, even with your body goes cold. Is that not wonderful? Isolde and her Swiss sensibilities. Quite a curious understanding of the word wonderful. I have heard many ghost stories in my time, but to experience a haunting in person? Oh, that would be divine. I could ask for nothing more. Then I'll keep my eyes peeled for any ghosts, but I'm a bit doubtful. You're so adorable, Lorena. Admirable, Lorena. What do you mean? You, well... Ada's cheeks flush light pink. Thank you for taking care of a lot of people. Taking care of me seriously. A lot of people don't, that's probably my fault. I'm always smashing things. Silly things. I just focus. Quite! You always forget to sweep the staircase properly, Ada. I'm sorry. As you should be. Mr. Lester gave me an earful about the staircase earlier, and I wasn't the one who had been assigned to clean them. Please forgive me. Perhaps I shan't. My back's on me shan't. At least I have to pick up after your mess again, and I'm getting too old for all this malarkey. And that is all. And that isn't all. It certainly isn't. The carpets are still filled with dust after you beat them. And you couldn't polish your way out of the paper bag? How do you become a maid? How did you become a maid anyway? Giggle, giggle. I don't want to cause any offense. Ada bit her plump lower lip and hung her head. She looked so defeated. And scowled. You don't need to apologize, Ada. Why am I yawning so much? Marina? Marina has never cared for Pauline and Isabel. Between the two of them, they were just as bad as Lady Constance, but they were not rich enough to afford their air and grace. They were simply sympathetically. They were simmering in sympathetic around Mr. Lester, Miss Smiley. In a way, perhaps, they were even worse than Lady Constance. At least she was unfailingly rude, impossible, and impolite to everyone, regardless of their self-status. You too. Nina rounded on Paulina and Isabel. Hardly have you hardly have a right to lecture Ada. Oh? What's this? Did we touch a nerve? Are you going to cry now, Lorena? Let me drink your tears. No. No, I am not going to cry, and I am not going to ask you to give it a rest. What a shame. You two hardly know. You two hardly deserve to take the more high ground when you waste so much time gossiping. If Mr. Lester gets mad at you, that's your problem. Nothing to do with Ada. Oh? So you're trying to scold us? Is that it, Lorena? That's right. I'm scolding you because you deserve to be scolded. It treat my young sister exactly the same if they did anything wrong. You don't need to. Oh, shut Ada. Ada might have seen Lorena as some kind of hero, the valiant Jeanne d'Arc, but that wasn't entirely true. True. I can't read. Lorena wasn't that selfless. She had more than a handful of her own grievances to air. You two have been difficult to work with ever since I remember. Whenever you're meant to help with anything, you wander off like you're too good to get your hands dirty. And where do you think... What? You do that. I didn't say it wrong here. God, sorry. Where were you when you were supposed to be doing laundry this morning, Pauline? Where exactly did you go? Pauline, for her part, looked unmoved by Lorena's anger. Instead, she smiled smugly, her arms crossed right about the middle. I received a summons from Miss Smithy. She had another, more urgent task for me to attend to. That's what you said. Lorena's eyes flashed. I don't believe you. Oh, Lorena, please. Paranoid Lorena. Okay, well, I keep on the game. You don't understand. You just don't understand. What if I don't? What if I do? I don't. What is it? I don't understand exactly. You should be thankful that I deigned to spend time with your kind at all. After all, who would be willing to concert with a slut? Willingly concert with a slut. The 10th of April, Sunday. Next week passed. Oh fuck. What did I just press? What the oh god. We're good? We're good. It took a week before Lorena's mother replied to her letter. During this week, Lorena attended to her daily chores in an unspeakably foul mood. Pauline's unpleasant accusation, having bad enough, made its concern over the ghost of Bly continued. The young maid was so anxious over this supernatural spectre, encouraged in part by Lieselotte, that she was unable to sleep during the night, and had stolen into Lorena's bed for comfort on more than one occasion. And they shared a bed. Hello. Lorena's bed was narrow enough as it was. There's hardly enough room for one person, let alone two, but Lorena didn't have the heart to make Ida move. She was too soft for her own good. To further compound the issue, Lorena still felt anxious around the parlor maid, Tao Hua. Lorena skirted about her as though she was infected by the bubonic plague carried by fleas. Lorena didn't know why, but being around Tao Hua was uncomfortable. She sighed as much in her last letter to her mother, scribbled hastily with shivering, sleep-deprived fingers. I didn't understand her at all. It was like she was mocking me, but for something I couldn't change. I know it sounds petty, but I keep thinking about her, and I can't sleep. I don't suppose it's that important in the grand scheme of things, but it must be if I can't stop thinking about it. And then guilty. And then guilty that her latest letter to her dearest mother was nothing more than a list of grievances she had with Lady Constance, Lady Leonard, and the insufferable parlour maid. Lorena had hastily appended, "But enough about that. How have you been? What about Alice? How tall is she now? It's been so long since I last saw her. She must have..." Shut up. Her mother's response had been gentle, but quizzical. She opened her letter with some general chit-chat about Ethel and Mary and Alice, which was always a comfort, and then addressed Lorena's issue with the parlour maid, Tao Hua. Or as Lorena had written, because she had already spelled Tao Hua, Tilly. Short for Matilda. What? Tao Hua was the most un-Matilda-like person you had ever met. I thought there was a certain way Matildas had act, but Tilly was still better than Tao Hua. Tao Hua called her Lori. Enough. It was tit for tat. Really? Well deserved. Titties. I'm sorry I don't understand. I'm sorry. I don't understand the problem. My mother, her mother had written, it sounded like Tilly was looking out for you. She might have been a bit harsh, but she wouldn't have said those things if she didn't care. Maybe you two could become friends. The mere idea was enough to make Lorena snort in disbelief. Friends. My mother seriously thought she could become friends with Tao Hua. Because Lorena could have become... Maybe Lorena could have become friends with Tilly, whoever that was, but Tao Hua, that was not a chance. Not a chance in hell. Lorena would rather make amends with Pauline than try to befriend Tao Hua. At least, that was what she told herself. The 12th of April. Tuesday! Miss Aime, Verend, can't be friends because they can only become lovers. I know. Verens was not the first governess Lady Constance had ever had. Neither was the first governess Lorena had seen attending to the needs of the wild, irascible madam, even during the maid's brief moments at Bly. Miss Aime van Verens had been Miss Lillian Hurst. Lorena didn't remember Lillian, Miss Lillian, in great detail, and she had been fired for some misdemeanor or another during the second week of Lorena's employment. But she could recall, though vaguely, that Miss Lillian had been very tall and very blonde, with piercing eyes. Miss Lillian had it seemed like that a woman who could be outsmarted by a pint-sized she-devil like Miss Constance. But Lady Constance, despite her mere handful of years spent residing under God's green earth, could be even wilder than a fox. Before Miss Lillian had a string of governesses. Before Lillian had been a string of governesses Lorena had never met before. Miss Penelope Howard, Miss Catherine Storr, Miss Ariane Spence. None of them had remained in Bly for longer than a year. Miss Aime Berens was Lady Constance's newest tutor, rather. And Lorena felt rather sorry for her. She had an even more unforgiving job than Lorena did. Miss Aime was French and hailed from Lyons. She had fiery red hair, which one would assume denoted a similar fire personality, making it out to be the ballet, perhaps the opera. But it was quite the contrary. Miss Aime was a soft-spoken, retiring woman who would sooner have swallowed her tongue. Oops. She was unthinkable that such a woman could rein in Lady Constance. Lorena had known it was impossible from the very beginning. Miss Constance would chew her up and spit her back out. But that didn't stop Miss Amy from trying. She tried so hard it was almost heartbreaking. Oh, there you are, maid! Lady Constance pushed her list of French verbs to one side, almost sliding it off the circular table. Miss Amy was at Miss Amy, as was her wont. Catch before it reached the floor. Huh? Do you have any mind mid-morning snack? Indeed, the cook was very thorough in her preparations. I hope for your sake it's something sweet. I can't focus without sweets. There's coconut macarons. Miss, I hope they're to your liking. Well, Lady Constance's snub nose wrinkled. It was evident, even before she spoke, that Lorena's offering was not to her liking. But perhaps the French versions had worn even Lady Constance down because she related. It's not what I would have chosen, but you're better than nothing. But they're better than nothing. The plate by my side, please, and don't jostle any of them. Certainly. Lady Constance peered at the macarons and, with a discerning eye, like a master jeweler inspecting a fresh minted diamond. When it came to sweets, young girls had two stomachs. Lorena had heard that said before. It was certainly the case with Lady Constance. Her taste in saccharins, sweetmeats, was unparalleled. I suppose they will do. Wonderful. Thank you for taking such good care of the young Mademoiselle, Lorelina. It's my job. Lady Constance picked her tongue against the roof of her mouth. I don't know if you're realized yet, I'm me. But this girl here, Lady Constance suggested to Lorena, is only a maid. You don't need to thank her. She's probably too stupid to understand you. Now you look here. Oh, Mademoiselle Constance, surely you jest. She might be a maid, but she is a hard-working girl, is she not? Well, I wonder. A smile played at the corners of Lady Constance's lips. It was not entirely pleasant. Tell me, maid, what do you do when Reverend Martin's servants is finished on Monday? Well, I... No, shifted, certainly, guilty. Put it down at the floor, the patterned rug that covered it. I go back to blind, naturally. You say it's natural for you to come back here, but you're always so very late. Not so very late. Silence! You were a quarter to an hour late returning to Bly than the other maids last Sunday, and the Sunday before that. It might not sound like much of a dullard like you, but it all adds up to a considerable amount of time. I didn't realize. Of course you didn't! You would have learned how to do basic mathematics, have you? Lady Constance's eyes rolled over up and down Lady Lorena's form. Lips curled. Then let me phrase it in a way when you can understand. Maid! You have wasted more than an hour during the last month alone. A whole hour! Now, do you understand the gravity of your sins? Sins. That seems a little harsh, coming from a tiny mouth like Lady Constance. Lorena had no room to argue. Lady Constance had already outmaneuvered her. This is sloppy, sloven, silly behaviour. I won't abide by it. You maids are only allowed to attend church every Sunday out of the goodness of my mother's heart. But you've been taking advantage of that. You're using your faith as an excuse to take time off of our good graces. I never intended to. I just... What you intended is neither here nor there. I imagine you didn't even understand what the most perplexing thing about this all. What? I spoke to Pauline earlier. She told me. I could hardly believe what she told me. Pauline, was it? Pauline, was it? Lorena scowled. She couldn't help herself. The mere mention of Pauline's name often had this effect on her. Pauline said you will return to Bly because you will go to the post office, of all things. Now, as a lonely, uneducated maid, what purpose is there for in you going to the post office? I doubt you can read or write. Well, I know it might seem unbelievable, but I do know how to read and write, miss. Oh? Lady Constance didn't look surprised by this news. Surprisingly, though, it was. Her face remained calm, like a still puddle of water after a rainfall. It was even more disconcerting than outrageous anger. Outright anger. Oh, how, pray tell, did you learn how to do that? My father taught me. So your father was a scholar, was he? Exactly. He was a sailor, but he went to a village school when he was a child, and met a little here and there. He was always fond of stories, Robinson Crusoe and Arabian Nights. He read them to me when I was a child. Oh my! How interesting! It seems you have an undiscovered genius in our house. This whole time, should I have been curtsying to you? Mademoiselle Constance, please, your lesson? In a minute, Ami! I'm not through with Sappho here. Sappho? Lady Constance's lips curled. Tell me, maid, if you really are so very intelligent, as you seem to think, then why don't you help me with my French reading? French. That's right! That shouldn't be too much of a challenge for you, after all! Lady Constance raised an eyebrow. Would you read and write, you clever girl? Well, I've never studied French before, and That's the question! It was an order! Come here! Lena glanced about the drawing room awkwardly, but there was a way to save her. Miss Almier. Almier certainly couldn't. There was nothing she could do. Lady Constance was in a particularly sadistic mood today. French always did this to her. It was no secret that French was Lady Constance's least favourite subject, and the fact of her new governess was a French woman herself was no small source of scorn for the young girl. Fear for her immediate well-being, Marina hastened to Lady Constance's side. The young girl took a slim volume of French fables from her desk and handed them to Lorena. Lorena took the book and opened it. She stared at the words on the page, but they had no meaning. Might as well have been written in Greek. It's the wrong voice, but still, fuck it. Too late. Well? Lady Constance's devilish smile grew wider. What are you waiting for? Start reading, please. But Oh, are you saying La Fontaine is too difficult for you? Well, too bad. I'm still waiting. Lorena cleared her throat. Fingers trembled, her face beat red. She began. Sigal, Yan Chen, Chi Tu, Le Ete, La Cigale, Yan Chante, Tu l'étais. La cigale a chanté et l'été. But Lorena had not gone more than 2 lines when Lady Constance interrupted her. Well, that was terrible. I thought you could read. That was terrible. I thought you could read. Lorena dipped her head. This burnt bright red. She could read. Basic English, at least. French was way over her head. Didn't Lady Constance know how unfair she was being? Or that it did sway the young mistress? You see, Lady Constance gave Miss Aimee a sidelong glance. If this genius or maid could understand La Fontaine, then it failed to see what I should be expected to. But mademoiselle, French is important. Is important. You are expected to understand the gist of le langage, at least so you can integrate most easily into high society. And why should I need to integrate? I'm already part of high society. But nothing. I'm tired of these silly games. If you want to teach anybody French, she's just foolish maid. But I have no interest in this whatsoever. And with that, Lady Constance got to her feet and marched out of the drawing room. Miss Aimee watched her retreating back, a frown on her face. Oh dear. Lorena was inclined to agree with that. Lady Constance hadn't even tried any of her macarons. How could she be so selfish? Thoroughly humiliated, Lorena stalked down the hallway.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
And posture check. So humiliated, Lorena stalked down the hallways of Belial with a face of like thunder. Why was Lady Constance so unreasonable, expecting her to be fluent in French, of all things, and then using Lorena's incompetence as an excuse to escape? It beggared belief. How could one little girl be so very shameless? If you were my younger sister, I'd spank you in a second. That's what you deserve, you charlatan. Which thumped against the carpet hard. By this point, she'd worked herself up into such a state that really failed to notice the presence of another person. Oh? Ah! Until it was too late. Lorena stumbled, her eyes wide, fingers slackening. She dropped the broom to the floor, where it struck the wall with a dull thud, where gravity pulled it back down to earth. It rolled several times, before bumping against the side of Lorena's foot, when it came to standstill. Why is your broom rolling? How does your broom roll? Why is your broom circular in manner? All brooms I've seen are flat. How is it rolling? What? I don't understand. Really? Old style broom. Oh, like the one that Elise used to beat up Rosamarine. Rosamarine. Like that one. I forgot those brooms were the thing. I was thinking about like the fucking flat brooms. The flat ass fuck brooms. You know. Yeah, since I mentioned it, I need to go grab that. Or is it? No. Oh, it's at L. I thought it was L. There it is.
もういい加減にしてふん早くしてもういい加減にしてふん早くして
Out with it! Hi, you step.
マフィー
Muffy. Luna had come to a standstill. 2. It was impossible for her to move, even if she had wanted to. Thanks to her thoughts, which always seemed to trip her up, quite literally this time, she had managed to run right into the one person she didn't want to run into. Taohua. Oh my god! Hello, Lord. That was quite the greeting you gave me.
当然マリね
I just broke the thing. Nah, I broke everything. One more time. There we go. Yoink that. That's mine now. That is not mine. I'm just gonna say that to my Computron. Just put in my the normal text, the usual text channel. Why? Hello, Lori. That was quite the greeting you gave me. Lorena blinked at the old woman with wide eyes. Her eyes were so wide, in fact, it looked like her irises had been swallowed by her whites. Wait, what? Swallowed up. Her eyes were so wide, in fact, it looked like her irises had— oh. That makes more sense. I thought they were dilated, what we're talking about. Her cheeks, meanwhile, wistfully started to pink. Well, why of all the embarrassing things? Are you alright? Look rather flustered. I am tired too. I've been getting enough sleep. I get more than enough sleep. Well, that's good. One must look after their health. It wouldn't reflect well on Lady Leonard if one of her precious maids hops from fatigue. Well, Verena tried to soothe the stammering in her heart, but it was hard when she didn't know why it was stammering enough to begin with. And her mother. had taught her she could become friends with Tao Hua, or Tilly, as she had been termed. If Lorena's mother had ever met the woman, Lorena would surely change her mind in a heartbeat. It was the only proper thing to think. Thing to do. Tapped out for a second. Change window. Lorena inhaled and took a step backwards. Then 2. Then 3. 3 steps seemed like a sensible distance to her. It wasn't so far away. She looked foolish, trying to continue the conversation, but not so close to Hua's presence. Couldn't have her. I wanted to talk to you about something, actually. You do? Yes, about what happened a couple weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. How curious. Did something occur between the pair of us? Taha blinked, one finger against her lower lip. It was quite the convincing actress. She's quite the convincing actress. She could have given Emily, Solde a run for her money. Not that Lorena had ever seen Emily Solde perform. She'd never even been to London before in her life. You know something did. Should you remember what you said to me? Not everything. My memory isn't that good. Yet it was a while ago. Well, you should know how you made me feel, at least. Silly Laurie. How could I possibly know how you feel? You didn't tell me. And contrary to popular belief, I cannot read minds. You should have been able to assume. But assumptions can often be wrong. That's why I was hoping to run into you, so I could confirm my hypothesis. What are you? A detective? Unfortunately not. I'm just a mere maid. I thought that much would be obvious. Marina rolled her eyes. She had told herself she was going to punch Tao Hua, but the urge was growing stronger and stronger by the second. You are impossible. I suppose I take that as a compliment? Take it however you want. I don't care. I was under the impression, however, that you might want to apologize. And whatever gave you that idea? Because you upset me? Oh. So I did upset you, after all. That's what I feared. Yes, you did. You seemed to imply when you removed the thorn that I was the one to blame for getting hurt. I was simply trying to help, Laurie. Help me, yes. But you acted like you didn't want to. I was getting in your way. Well, I never asked you to help. I didn't want it. You forced it to me. You expected me to fawn over you for gratitude. I don't see why I should thank you. And I'm not going to. Luna scuffed the floor with the tip of her shoe. Her face twisted. If you dislike me, I don't know why you poked your nose into my affairs in the first place. You would have both been happier if you'd left me alone. Honestly. The young maid sighed. All her irritation towards the old woman had accumulated over the past few weeks. Like pus inside a boil, now it finally had a chance to spill out. And oh, how much of it there was. She was even more upset than she thought. Maybe this was in part because how Lady Constance had toyed with her not 5 minutes ago. Verena couldn't take her anger out on a small girl who derived such pleasure from her pain, but she could take her anger out on Tao Hua. She felt like she had a right to be angry with her. Taohua really was an exasperating woman. I just don't understand you. Evidently. If you did understand me, you wouldn't say such foolish things. So, my feelings are foolish, are they? Just trying to find something in the drawer real quick. Out here, whatever. I do need this. So, my feelings are foolish, are they? Please don't put words into my mouth. Please. Don't put words into my mouth. I never said your feelings are foolish. Only that you are acting foolish. You're splitting hair. You're splitting hairs. There's no real difference. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. If you would pause and think, you'd realize that I don't dislike you, Yuri. In fact, it's quite the opposite. You act as though you do. You believe whatever you want, but you're ignoring a few key details. If I hated you, why would I have pulled out the thorn? Why would I have caught you when you fell? It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I don't understand how you think. I bet you only did this to make me feel bad. Oh dear. Do I seem that heartless? To be honest, yes. Taohua, held a hand together at her front. It was an unusual humble gesture coming from the old maid. It made her seem slightly more approachable than usual. A little less overbearing. I apologize if I hurt your feelings. It wasn't my intention. Then what was? How do you think I was going to react? It didn't cross my mind, to be honest. You mean you just say things and don't care about who you hurt? That's even worse. So upsetting people out of neglect is more heinous than upsetting them out of malice. The end result is the same. But I suppose we all look at things differently. What's wrong, Possum? What's wrong, Possum? Nina bristled. Bristled. She didn't have time to listen to this woman and her convoluted words. If Taohua truly wanted to apologize, she should have done so. Then let Lorelai go. But need to draw this conversation out any longer. It was uncomfortable enough as it was. Right, well, you've said your piece, so that should be the end of it. You want to be rid of me? I do, very much so. That's rather sad. That's rather sad. You'll recover soon enough, I'm sure. Perhaps, but this is a sorry state of affairs. I realize I've offended you, but I didn't mean to. I just... Tahoe frowned. Oh well, I suppose that's all water under the bridge. Fine. I won't talk to you if you don't talk to me. You won't talk to me. I suppose being ignored is better than being despised. Alright then. Tahoe bent down and retrieved the broom Lorelei had dropped. Lorelei? Lorena. Here you go. Take it. Thanks. Lorena wanted to sound unconcerned, but she couldn't. For some reason, her voice was trembling. It was further proof she couldn't spend time in Tahoe's company. The other maid was far too difficult. Maybe even dangerous. Lorena couldn't read her, no matter how she attempted. Tahoe's eyes were impenetrable. Her small smile, well crafted, might as well have been a mirage. Once more, Lorena thought of Emily Soldy. Shook her head. Though Tahoe was an accomplished actress, she was no Emily Solden. She was British enough. Maybe that was the reason Lorena felt so uneasy in her company. Lorena couldn't understand the older woman, therefore she couldn't trust her. Was that common sense? It seemed logical enough to her. To me. Alright, if you're happy, I suppose I'm happy. I'll try to refrain from making unnecessary comments in the future. You do that. I will. I can't control myself. I hope I shall see you later, Laurie. And Tahoe left. Lorena watched as Tahoe's long skirt fluttered about her legs with each footstep. It was only some 5 seconds later, when sense had finally returned her, that Lorena remembered to mutter, "Don't call me Laurie." Later that night. Lorena? Yes, Ada, what is it? I'm sorry. Ada shrank back, head bowed, and for good reason. Lorena's tone was a good deal sharper than usual, and it was unusual and used to being addressed so coldly by her closest friend. Lorena sighed, massaging her temple with her fingers. She knew she was being unfair, and reasonably so. Though she had suffered enough a remarkably rotten day, it wasn't Ada's fault. It was nothing to do with Lady Constance's temper tantrum, Pauline's petty revenge, or Tahoe's complex and confusing mind games. Ada was completely innocent. You don't need to apologize. I'm the one in the wrong. But I looked like you were busy. I was busy, but I can always take time aside for you. Lorena put her quill away. She had been in the middle of writing a letter to her mother, but she wasn't entirely sure what to write. Words failed her. Talking to Ada might help her put her thoughts in order. What did you want to talk about? It's about the ghost. Did Do you happen to hear it again? It's even worse, Lottie. It's even worse. Lottie told me she saw it. Oh. She did she? Ballerina was rather fond of Lizelotte. Lizelotte. It was hard to be fond of Lizelotte. She didn't regard her as a trustworthy source of information. Lizelotte was fanciful at fault, and she loved both fairy tales and ghost stories. Often, she made no distinction between the two. Yes, she was out in that hallway last night, bolting the windows and drawing the curtains when she saw what? A figure in the garden. Was it a ghostly figure? She just said it was quite ghostly. It wasn't Joe, the gardener. No. Lottie said it was very tiny, like a child. It was wearing a long, flowing night dress. Did she manage to look at its face? She didn't get a chance. She was so excited. She said she passed out for a few moments. That sounds like Lottie. And then when she came to, the figure was nowhere to be found. Very mysterious. Indeed. And this Lottie is convinced it was a ghost. I didn't see what else it could have been. I don't see what else it could have been. Marina sighed. She was convinced herself, but she was the kind of person who refused to believe in anything unless she could see it with her own eyes. With a yawn, the young maiden began to divest herself from her uniform. She was growing tired, and it was a struggle for her to keep her eyes open. As was to be expected, Ada politely averted her eyes. Lena folded her uniform neatly and put on night clothes. When she stretched the fabric strained against her chest, she probably needed a new nightgown. This one was several years old, but she could hardly afford it. I wonder, why would the ghost be a small child haunting these rose gardens and reply? Lottie said maybe a murder had taken place. Of course she'd think that. Lottie loves drama. Drama. Speaking of which, where was Lottie? It was almost 10 o'clock. Perhaps she was with the two scullery maids. Or maybe the cook. Irritable though she was, the cook had a rare soft spot for the dreamy Swiss maiden, telling them about her close encounter with the supernatural. As for Pauline and Isabel, they had been summoned to see Miss Smythe an hour or so ago. Lena didn't know what they were doing, and quite frankly, didn't care. Lottie said, perhaps a previous owner of Bly was a scoundrel, and he sired an illegitimate child with mistress. And then, when he could no longer bear the shame of raising such a child, he murdered her, and buried her body in the rose garden. That's right. Does this Lottie have any proof? I don't know about proof, but she made it sound very plausible. You make many things sound very plausible, Ada. She's not your born storyteller. Don't pay any mind. Don't pay any heed. But the ghost! I'm sure it'll be fine. Don't worry about things too much, Ada. It's probably her map. But Lorelai was able to complete her sentence. That's because, at that moment, Pauline and Isabel entered the room. Goodness! Miss Smythe can talk. I feel absolutely exhausted. I always feel exhausted, and my poor hands are frozen. Why did we have to put out the fires? It's such a chore. I barely even have strength to get changed. I can't undo the buttons on my blouse. To be young again. Pauline cast a furtive look at Lorena. Her lips were curled into a smile, but her eyes were cold and hard. Lorena held her gaze unflinching. Was this some kind of challenge? Lorena knew how Paulina felt about her, and Paulina had been very explicit about her feelings unusual as of late. More explicit about her feelings than usual as of late. The comment from a few days hence continued to weigh on Lorena's mind. Slut. You don't realize how lucky you are, Lorena. How am I lucky exactly? Certainly didn't feel lucky. You're so young! Not yet in your 20th year. A beautiful rose just ripe for the plucking. Or trampling. I beg your pardon? How long have you been in the room, anyway? It was so quiet, Lorena often forgot she existed. I forgot she existed, to be honest with you. But when Effie did open her mouth to speak, what came out of it was always inveritable. The room looks sad tonight. It's bizarre. Put the moon to one side for now. Queen's lips curled. You have a bright future ahead of you, Lorena. You're not so very bad looking, and you have a 40 most men would kill for. Most women would kill for it too. I'm so cold. My hands can't stop shaking. What does temperature have to do with this? Confusion. It's a waste that you should while away in your life employed as a mere maid. Do you not agree? Your pretty hands will start to seize up like mine. Believe it or not, even I was young once. But years upon years of hard work taken out on you. Lena narrowed her eyes. Her lips pursed. Excuse me, but I'm not entirely sure what you're trying to say. Well, it's simple. If I was this pretty young thing like you, I wouldn't hesitate to use my feminine wiles on the opposite sex either. Especially if it were to make my job easier. I don't have any wiles. If I did, and if I did, I would know how to use them. Neither would I want to. That's what you say, but we know better. Giggle, giggle. Luna's back stiffened. She bit her lower lip. Why would they bring this up again? It's a pity Lady Leonard didn't have any husband, handsome young sons. If only she had, that would be your ticket to better life. Luna turned her head away. Her cheeks were flushed, bright red with shame. I must say, it's brave of you to try to seduce that tinkering boy. Incredibly bold. It's a pity it went so very poorly. I didn't. That's what you say, but the evidence is stacking against you. Why else were you dismissed from your previous job so abruptly? I don't think Lorena did anything wrong. Shut it, Ada. The adults are talking. The adults are talking. Yes. Ada looked down at her intertwined fingers, her lower lip trembling. Despite being an adult herself, she was easily cowed. Ada wasn't a girl made for debates. She was nasty to fold in on herself like a stack of cards, though Lorena had to give her points for trying. Still, it's awfully brazen of you to try to deny your crimes. Didn't you go to church? To talk to us like we're equals? Even look at us in the eye? When you're nothing more than a common whore. First slut, now whore. What next? A skank? Keeping secrets was impossible in a place like this. The servants lived far too closely together in their dirty, dusty, draughty quarters. It was only natural the other maids would know. Everybody had heard the rumours about Hartwell and Lorena's sudden dismissal and Arthur Pickering. But Lorena didn't like to think about that. Not now. In fact, she was shocked to discover she discovered she would much rather think about Taohua. I wonder why. The 15th of April.
I don't think I'll ever be able to like a book more.
Ikui Kimi resubbed for 2 months.
Maybe have resubbed Kimmy 2 months. Hallelujah. Awesome. A few days later, Lena found herself in the kitchen. She's in the midst of cleaning out a large tin pot for cooking beneath a steam of steady water. Though Lady Leonard employed a couple of scullery maids to aid the cook with her chores, they were often indisposed with miscellaneous tasks. The scullery maids didn't sleep with housemaids enough beneath the attic. They had even smaller, shabbier quarters that were closer to the kitchen. Rena didn't know the scullery maids very well, and she couldn't remember their names. There was one girl with thin brown hair who might have been a Bessie, or perhaps a wiry red-haired girl named Eliza. But Lena didn't know. Technically speaking, Lena wasn't supposed to work in the kitchen. She wasn't a scullery maid, but a housemaid, a rank or two below Taohua on the social hierarchy. Lena swept carpets, polished stairways, and light among any fireplace. Scouring pots and pans was not her forte. Unfortunately, the cook had asked Lorena's assistance by name, and Lorena couldn't disobey a direct order from the cook. The cook was an irritable, moon-faced woman who was one of the most senior staff members Bly possessed, other than Miss Lester and Miss Smithy. Smithy. Lorena washed the pot dutifully, soaping it clockwise with a flannel Okay? Her hands were starting to tire, and she had no idea how long she'd be working, but it certainly felt like long enough. Her hair was getting in her eyes, but she couldn't just pause to brush the loose tendrils beneath her behind her ears. She's done that before, and had learnt the hard way that introducing carbonic soap to her unprotected eyeballs was rather a poor idea. As Lorena worked, soap suds scudded along about her. She happened to look out the window. The sky was clear, bright blue. The rose garden lay beyond the kitchen. And there, right there, a young maiden could make it out. The young maiden could make out, not so very far away, two familiar figures. Effie and Lazotti. Lorena wasn't sure why they were in the garden. It wasn't Monday, and there was no laundry to be done. The voices of the two girls drifted to Lorena on the spring breeze. When she strained her ears, Lorena was able to catch most of the conversation. The dandelions are so beautiful. I could be back in Andermatt. You always say that. I know. I fear I am dreadfully simple-minded. But I cannot help myself. I do love my hometown so. How cute. You really think so? Oh, thank goodness. Sometimes I worry I must annoy you all so much with my ramblings. You don't. Well, thank you. Though I do wonder. It is such a beautiful day, and yet I can hardly believe among these old walls there lurks an ancient spectre. I was thinking about it making me tremble. What if it were to possess me in night? How would that feel? Like this. Effie caught hold of Lizotti's middle and began to assault her with her fingers. Her digits scrambling into Lizotti's tummy, beneath her neck, and beneath her arms. The blonde maid soon doubled up, squealing. Let's go! But I'm possessing you. Effie, I don't know English girls were so touchy. We aren't. Not usually. You're special. Yeah, not usually. You're special. I looked at the cook curiously. Do you know what they're doing outside? The cook set down her rolling pin. She had been in the middle of preparing Lady Constance's mid-morning snack and gave Lorena a withering look. Why are you asking me that? No reason. I just thought, as they're right outside the kitchen, might have set them to do some sort of errand. And what if I have? Well, haven't you been here long enough to know that you shouldn't bother me when I'm working? Oh, I'm sorry for interrupting you. As you should be. The cook rocked, a large bosom heaving. If you must know, I asked those draft girls to pick some blackberries for me. What are we gonna do with them? Put them in honey? Blackberries? That's right. You wouldn't know, seeing as you've not been here a whole year, but there's a thicket near the back of the garden. I always have blackberry jam during the springtime, and blackberry pies, and blackberry tarts, blackberry, you name it. Lady Constance is very fond of blackberries. Oh, I see. It made sense. Blackberries, though sweetened, had an initial tartness when you first bite into them. They're prickly, off-putting. Off-putting palate suited palette suited Lady Constance perfectly. They're supposed to be picking blackberries at any rate, but it seems they're getting distracted. I suppose so. Lena frowned. She felt a bit guilty about tattling on Effie and Lizotti, whom she liked quite a lot, but didn't suppose the cook would be too hard on them. For all her bluster, she's a good woman at heart, and she seemed to regard Lizotti as a surrogate daughter. The cook was forever summoning Lizotti to the kitchen and giving her easy jobs. Oi! The cook yelled, quite suddenly, making Lorena jump. She was so loud the pot and pans in the kitchen quaked. The two young scullery maids, Bessie and Eliza, those were their names. Were those their names? I don't fucking know. Tensed. You two! You're not getting paid to stand around yakking! Yakking! As if by magic, the two maids in the rose garden parted. Though they were a few paces away, Lorena could see the abashed smiles on Lizotti's face quite plainly. I'm sorry. I'll start right away. You do that, Lottie, or I'll tell Lady Leonard. Oh no! Like, ow. Gay! That is gay. I wouldn't want that. Let us go, Effie. And Lizotti took hold of Effie's hand. Lorena watched the two of them, her head tilted to one side. She was more curious than ever. Had Lizotti and Effie always been that close? That's gay. Oh, here we go. Here we go again. Fucking Constance. Later that day. Oh, maid! There you are! You know, I do have a name. What was that? Nothing. Lady Constance sighed and set down her slim volume of French fables. It appeared to be the same volume that had been poring over a few days prior. It really was curious. Then, when amused that whenever Lady Constance was assailed with a sudden urge for sugar during her studies, it was, invariably, when she was supposed to be doing French. Studying French. And what mid-morning snack do you have for me today? Biscuits, miss. I hope for your sake they're nicer than the coconut macarons. The macaroons that Lady Constance didn't even try. Can't say for sure. I've sampled them myself. Naturally, that would be most uncouth. I thought you might say that. Told me they had a fancy foreign name, but were they the Kuhan? Then looked at the plate in her hand and was delicate. Willow patterned piece, quite unlike the chipped ceramic the maids ate from. The plate alone was probably worth more than a month of Lorena's meager salary. On the plate arranged by the cook's careful hand were a handful of sablé à la poche, buttered based French biscuits with centers of strawberry jam. Sablé à la poche. Lorena didn't know the correct terminology for these sweet treats that could not be beat. Neither would she ever have been able to pronounce it. She did. So she handled the situation over the best she could. She bowed her head in apology. I can't quite seem to remember it. Unexpected! You really are useless! You really are useless! Lady Constance tutted. But at least let me see the mistress biscuits. Our side for myself. What I think. Of course. Luna obliged, setting the plate on the table. Lady Constance pinched one of the biscuits between her thumb and forefinger, bit into it delicately. She didn't spill a single crumb. Luna couldn't help but be impressed. Though she didn't like Lady Constance, she had to give praise when praise was due, Lady Constance, despite her 12 years of age, really was elegant. Far more elegant than Lorena. Lady Constance chewed for a bit, letting the sweetness of the biscuit dissolve across her tongue before she swallowed. Her delicate throat, pale as the swan's hide, convulsed. I suppose it's satisfactory. Thank goodness for that. If you're pleased with your snack, then I shall leave these here. If you need anything else, please give me a call. I'll be in the kitchen. Nina dropped a neat curtsy, first to Lady Constance, and then to Miss Amy. She's already crossing the carpet when a shoe fell against the floorboard with a series of dull thuds when... Oh, but these are sablés à la poche. C'est magnifique. Miss Amy's voice made Lorena hooked. Lorena sucked in a breath. Slowly, very slowly, she turned about. Lady Constance was frozen in place, a biscuit pinched between her thumb and forefinger. She had been in the process of bringing it to her lips, when Miss Amy's exclamation stopped her. The girl's eyes flashed dangerously. What? Was that Amy? Oh, it was merely saying these delicious biscuits are French. Is that so? Is that so? Yes! They come from Sablé-sur-Sarthe. Sarthe. But they are popular all around the country. I used to eat them when I was a young girl. Miss Amy laughed softly, tucking a strand of loose hair behind the shell of her ear. Her bright red hair. It contrasted something fierce against her creamy skin. It made Miss Amy look even more whiter than she truly was. In fact, these biscuits might be even more French than I am. And what makes you say that? You know how it is, Mademoiselle Constance. I worked for 3 years in... Pardon? Did I not tell you? Oh, yes, you did. Did you forget? I didn't forget. I think you don't care to remember. Mademoiselle, you have such a wicked tongue on you. You should be careful or it will turn back. Lily used to tell me that too. You should have listened to her. If I had listened to her, there would have been no reason for Mother to fire her. Are you stupid? Miss Amy's pale cheeks flushed. 2 twin apples blossomed beneath the surface of her skin. Once upon a time, Miss Amy's skin had been a healthy bronze hue, being subjected to the dreary, rainy, drizzly English weather. For more than 4 months, however, her skin had lost most of its shine. Maybe it wasn't the weather. Maybe it was Lady Constance. All of a sudden, I'd rather lose my appetite. Lady Constance turned her nose up at the plate of biscuits, her hands planted at her hips. If you like them so much, Amier, you may have them, but I don't. I won't touch a single crumb. Oh, mademoiselle, why must you be so difficult? These biscuits are truly delicious, I promise. I swear as a genuine Frenchwoman. And in case you didn't realize, I'm sick of tired of French. But I'm not a French child. I am an English one. There's no reason for me to be studying your language or eat your food. Not even converse with your people. My people, mademoiselle? Yes, your people. You're not like me. You're not like... And I'm not like you. I don't like you and your silly, simpering ways. You try to get on my good side, telling me stories about your childhood like you and I are the same. And we are not the same. We're not friends. Lillian might have been meek and sick in the mud, but at least she had a basic understanding of social etiquette. She never once overstepped her boundaries. Even this stupid maid would be preferable company to you. Mademoiselle, Enough! Lady Constance got to her feet. The legs of her chair scraped across the floor. The sound was grating. It made Lorena wince. I'm tired. I'm going to retire to my bedroom. But your lessons are over. They're not over until I say they are. Oh. So now you wish to be a responsible adult, do you? It's rather too late for that. Mademoiselle. I am not a mademoiselle. I'm an English lady. Until you start addressing me with her title, I refuse to sit down and go through a single French verb with you ever again. But what shall I say to your mother? Tell her that you're incompetent and I want nothing to do with you. That should be subtle matters. That is subtle matters. So saying, the young lady exited to the drawing room. The door slammed shut behind her. Dust motes swirled about in the air, unsettled by Lady Constance's performance. Linda could see them if she squinted, barely visible in the golden sunlight that streamed through the open window. The velveteen curtains fluttered in the breeze. Miss Armier, meanwhile, groaned, turned a hand through her rose-red hair. Oh, goodness. What am I to do with her? I make the hydrant and posture check. What am I to do with her? She sniffed. It sounded like a few moments that she was on the verge of tears, but upon remembering Lorena, Miss Armier sniffed in the moments past. I apologize. I did not mean to drag you into such an unpleasant situation. Oh, it is quite all right. It was probably my fault. I'm not sure how, but according to Lady Constance, most things are my fault, so... Ahaha! Oh dear! A wan smile tugged at the corners of Miss Amier's lips. It wasn't much of a smile, but it was something. I do worry about Mademoiselle. She can be docile at times. She flies into rage of the smallest of provocations, and always she seems to be scheming. You haven't had the pleasure of meeting any other little girls like her? Oh, goodness gracious, no! None of my students are in Palermo. Palermo gave me so much trouble, and Italians are supposed to be passionate. Passionate is one word for it. Oh, mademoiselle. Miss Ame shook her head. Miss Ame shook her head. It would be so easy to dislike her, but I do pity the poor creature. You pity her? Why? Can't say for sure, but I always had the idea that she can't be a very happy child. If she was happy, she wouldn't be so difficult. You might have a point. You, on the other hand, are a very sweet girl indeed. I wonder why Mademoiselle always singles you out. Maybe because I'm the most maid here. I try not to think about it too much, but... Lorena picked out a plate of French biscuits that had caused so much chaos. It seems like such a waste. Indeed, they're good biscuits. French biscuits always are. It's a shame Lady Constance is too pig-headed to admit it. In the end, it is her loss, you know. A mischievous smile that somehow seemed whimsically European tugged at the corners of Miss Amie's lips. Those biscuits would have been thrown away otherwise, so you might as well help yourself. Oh no, I couldn't. But you can, I insist. Would it be proper? I'm just a maid and I'm inviting you to eat. As you said, it'd be a horrible waste. A horrible waste. And I so want to share my country with somebody who cares about it. Well, if you're so sure. Miss Amie didn't need to course Lorena any further. After a quick, furtive glance behind her shoulder, the young maid finally decided to help herself. The biscuits were like nothing she had tasted before. They all but melted across her tongue, soft and sweet, and so very, very delicious. The 17th of April, Sunday. Church day! Are you quite sure about that? Yes, it was a ghastly figure, indeed. Upon seeing it in the moonlight, I felt as though my heart might burst right out of my chest. Was that sound effect? Was that the sound hearts usually made when they burst? It was curious. Not so very curious, however, that she would muster more than a muted in response. Lizotti pouted. Ah, but Lorena, you sound as though you do not believe me. Well, why not? Lizotti stared at Lorena, her eyes wide with passion. Personally, Lorena felt it was too early in the morning for such an unchecked display of energy, but decided to keep that to herself. Lizotti certainly seemed impassioned, but then again, Lizotti was impassioned about everything. I'm a little skeptical about the existence of ghosts. But you're English! And you come from the land of unicorns, dragons, and leprechauns? I think you'll find those are Irish. It is the same thing! It's not the same thing. It isn't, though. Never mind. Lizotti waved one hand carelessly. Lena could have found the gesture irritating, were it not coming from such a blonde-haired, blue-eyed maiden. Perhaps Lizotti didn't understand Lorena tried to reason. She was Swiss after all. Yeah, that was why she had been giggling so with Effie the other day. She just didn't know what was appropriate and what was not. One might have thought Effie, being an English-born maiden, would encourage her so, though. How can you, of all people, doubt my story? I promise you I am not lying. I am not trying to accuse you of anything. I don't think you're lying, but you should see for yourself when you walk around the hallways at night. Maybe your heart will stop in your chest too. I hope not. Okay, be right back and you hydrate real quick. Look at this beautiful lady. This is a very pretty Lorena. Look at her, she's so pretty. We love her. I return. I hope not. Luna frowned and glanced at the nearby clock. She and Lizelotte had been charged with airing the carpets and polishing the ornaments in the hallway that morning. An hour or so had passed, and now it has been nearly 7:30. If we don't want to be late, we should be on our way to church. Ah, yes! I was so caught up with my chilling tale, I quite forgot. Rena smiled, shaking her head. Honestly, what would Lizelotte do without her? Well, me and Lizelotte should be fine. Though Lizelotte was something of a daydreamer, she often lost focus midway through her chores. She was rather popular amongst the residents of Bly. Even Miss Smythe was fond of her. Miss Smithy seemed to be fond of nothing other than Estelle Wood's practical housekeeping guide. It was truly what she said, what they say. If you had looks, you could coast by without any particular talent. It didn't hurt that Lizelotte was always so enthusiastic and earnest, but unfailingly thoughtful, too. She was the kind of girl who, if she was a spider, would catch it in her hands. Saw a spider, would catch it in her hands, and leave it outside. The thought of killing the poor thing would never have crossed her mind. Right. We should be on our way. You? I see. Agree, Captain. Captain! Maria just frowned. She wasn't sure how exactly she made a certain career above friends. As in career, changed from maid to a captain, but you suppose it didn't matter all that much. Luna and Lizelotte exited Bly through the kitchen. They wended their way through the rose gardens when they were halted, quite suddenly, by an unexpected interloper. Pauline. Lorena knew she would see Pauline at the church, but she'd hoped to delay the inevitable meeting. For whatever reason, Pauline looked rather smug. Pauline always looked smug. Oh, Marina, are you on your way to church? Yes. And his body drew back instinctively, as one would retract the hand from a naked flame. Shouldn't you be on your way to church too? In a moment, dear. First, I have something I want to relay to you. What? Is it about the ghost? No, it's more pressing, immediate concern. Earlier this morning, Miss Smithy asked me to polish the fireplace in the drawing room. But silly me, I quite forgot. How did you forget? I didn't matters. It matters to attend to in the gardens. They were quite important. But Marina noted Lorena didn't specifically say what the matters were. Lorena was a gambling kind of girl. She would wager that these important matters in the garden involved exchanging idle gossip about the stable hands with Isabel. Miss Smithy, not to mention Lady Leonard, Leonard, we must have grieved if they returned from the church to discover that the fireplace was not to be seen to. And perhaps you should finish the task you were assigned. Oh, I know I should, but I don't want to miss service. Do I? That's what you say, Lorena, but I doubt missing a service or two will have such an impact on your future. What do you mean by that? I mean, Miss Smirk widened. I was doubtful a fallen woman such as yourself could even go to heaven, no matter how much you try to repent. You might as well give up. I beg your pardon? You heard what I said? My innocence is assured. I've lived a good life so far, and it's a shame if I went and got a black mark on my record now. Then go do your fucking chores. So you want me to take the fall for you? If you'd be so kind. Thank you very much. Now, Lottie, are you coming? But you've had a job to do. You have a job to do, you do it yourself. It is not Lorena's responsibility, surely, but Lorena's effort to help me. It did not seem that way to me. Well, if you want to stay here and clean the fireplace with her, might be my guest, but you'd miss out on Reverend Marner's service too. You do want to go to heaven, Rod, to meet Saint Verena, don't you, Lottie? Well, when you put it that way. Excellent! Then let's be on our way. And on their way they went. As he walked off, Miss Lottie turned her head and mouthed a few parting words to the dumbstruck Lorena. Sorry. Stupid Pauline. Did she get off? Or not? That old-mannered, buck-toothed, horse-faced, conniving bitch. To further emphasize her point, Lorena kicked the wall, a tip of her shoe. Ow! As Lorena soon discovered, this was a rather poor idea, for a couple of reasons. For one thing, kicking the wall hurt! Another, the pale yellow wallpaper that had a very unappealing blemish straight across it. Blinking the tears away from her eyes, Lorena peered at the damage she'd caused. It didn't look good. Now how was she going to explain this to Miss Smithy? She'd let her temper get the better of her again, as if it had done at Hartwell, just as it had done with Arthur Pickering. Now, months later, she was still paying the price. Oh, go bugger an orphan. In Lorena's state, she wouldn't have cared if the subject had buggery was a whole orphanage. This is ridiculous. If you were here, Pauline, you'd smash every one of your teeth in. In prison would possibly get any worse than it already was. Lorena just spat on the floor. It wasn't like it mattered. Nobody would even see her here. Every single occupant, a Blythe from Lady Leonard, all the way down Sable Boy, would be at church. Isn't that right? Tahua. Everything occupant save for... Oh my. I didn't realize you had such a foul tongue on you, my little Lori. Tahua. Rita jumped as though she had been potted with a pen. Her eyes snapped open until they were even wider with the wooden globe Miss Anya used to teach Miss Lady Constance geography. She was so surprised by the parlour maid's presence, she quite forgot what she had said to her during the last meeting. I want to talk to you, if you won't talk to me. And you still didn't like the older maid. She refused to like her, though, with sheer stubbornness. But in that moment, curiosity outweighed everything else. Tell her, why are you here? Silly Lori, I thought you knew. I don't go to church. Yes, I have wondered about that. Does Lady Leonard mind? She might, but Lady Leonard thinks it's of no concern to me. It should concern you. It should concern you. She's your employer. Even if you don't care about her, haven't you worried about going to hell? A truly novel idea. I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. You'd cross the bridge over fire and brimstone? You're more brazen than I thought. I don't know. You can be quite brazen too, my little Lottie. What do you mean? I wonder what words just emitted from your lovely maiden lips. Go sodomize an orphanage, was it? It was go bugger an orphan, actually. How charming. Tahua giggled. She crossed the room with light footsteps, moving so soundlessly she could have been a ballerina. I didn't realize you had such a tongue on you. You would curse like a sailor. My father was a sailor, actually. But that was besides the point. We promised to keep that a secret? Is this a secret? Who? Me? Tara gestured towards herself in disbelief. But I thought you didn't trust me, Lori. Why the sudden change of heart? It's a test. Test? If you keep to yourself, then maybe I can tolerate you. Only tolerate? Don't push your luck. Don't try it. You drive a hard bargain, right? Oh, very well. I'll take it to the grave. Do you swear? On my mother's life. A smile formed its way on Lorena's lips, despite herself. She didn't know why, but talking to the parlour maid, particularly peculiar though she was, had helped lighten her spirits, even if Tahua was a godless devil. I'm rather curious though, Lorena. While I have no problems with being a heathen, I thought you nice, well-raised English girls cared a great deal about your faith. Oh, I do. My mother would faint if she knew I was missing Sunday service. Then why are you here? Wishing for the brutalization of poor, innocent orphans in Pioneer life. The orphans might be innocent. Rita conceded, though it was really dependent on which orphans you were talking about. But Pauline is not. I can't believe that. I've never been fond of that woman. And what has Paulina done this time? I think she's the culprit of your current state of despair. Cinderella? Cendrillon? Well, she was supposed to torch the fireplace, but Important business. Rita put question marks with her fingers. Emma, just able to finish your chores in time for church. So, she tried to push her duties onto you. That is how it went, yes. Oh my. That's truly despicable. Only like that. Did you try to argue your case? I didn't have much time. Just before I could say anything, and I... Rita sighed, shoulders slumped. I couldn't go. I couldn't just go. I would have, if I were you. I would have over you. But I'm not you. No, you're not. And that's why people continue to take advantage of you. Honestly, Lori, you could learn nothing after the little talk I gave you. I'm very sorry. I've had a little under the weather lately with all this nonsense about the ghost. This ghost? Ask Ada. And Lazzotti. I'm not interested. I think Lottie did mention something like that to me earlier. She sounded quite excited. She's always excited. Personally, I find her rather charming. The wide-eyed, innocent little girls like that can be a bit grating. Whenever I see her, I ponder how lovely she would look in tears. Luna shuddered. Luna shuddered. That's not too... That's too much information. Oh? Jealous, are we? Not at all. If it's any consolation, Lori, I think you look better. If any consolation, Lori, I think you look better in tears. What kind of consolation is that? Lorena glowered, her fingers clenched in fists. But what could she really do? Hit Tao Hua? She'd already scuffed the wallpaper in the parlor, so she might as well, after wanton properly damage. Grievously bodily harm was just a stone's throw away. Look, I don't know why you're here, but if you want to gloat about my misfortune, you can forget it. I'm not in the mood. Oh dear, I fear I've given you the wrong impression. I don't want to gloat, Lori. No? No? No, in fact, upon hearing your impassioned cries, I found myself wanting to help, if you can believe such a thing, of a wicked woman like me. How can you help exactly? I know going to church is important to you, but it isn't for me. As everything else to lose, I may as well polish the fireplace in your stead. Then you don't mean... If you leave now, you may be able to make it to St. Mary's on time. You'll need to hurry though. I believe the service starts in... Tara glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. 20 minutes? 30 minutes? But that isn't right. You don't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. And neither did you. But you shouldn't need to clean up after Pauline's messes. I just mind. It's no skin off my nose. But there's three. That's three. Buts, my little Lori. I'm still not budging. You should go. I did your sermon. Your fairy godmother is always here to help. Taha winked, but shortly thereafter, she frowned, pressed one finger against her lower lip. Now, was that too dramatic? I was going for dashing, but perhaps I laid it on a bit too thick. Mina had no idea what Tahoe was babbling on about, but despite her bitter judgment, she'd feel thankful. Sure. Of course I'm sure. I don't offer my service if I'm not sure. What? Mina's eyes flashed. Tahoe's eyes flashed. I'm not a cheap woman. I assumed so. I can aid you whenever you wish, but the interest can be rather steep. When I come to collect my insurance, I'll let you know. So, I'm to sell my soul to the devil. I can go to church. How cruel! I'm hardly the devil, my little boy. If you must compare me to a magnificent evil, then I'd far prefer to be called a succubus. And with that, I think that's a lovely place to end it, you know? It's a great place to end that. I'd rather you call me a succubus. Taohua is adorable. I love Taohua. Taohua is so cute. Taohua is hot. We love her. Taohua, love her. Lazarti, she's cute, but also like she's kind of silly. She's kind of silly. And of course, the Lorena, we love her. We love them. You know, they're so gay for each other. They're so gay for each other. It's unapologetically gay. As Rat would say. Oh yeah, that is it. Hello, Adiart. That's it for today. Hope you all have a lovely evening. I'm excited to play more. I'm excited to play some more of it. It's very cute. I'm also scared of, you know, the bathtub scene, the bathing scene. That's gonna come up eventually. But that's for future me to worry about. Current me is chilling. It's chilling and having fun. But that is it for today. Let's see who is live. We have our usual culprit, of course. Anyone else though? Our usual target. Anyone else online? No. Okay. Alright. That was fun. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna go. It's time for me to go have a shower. I'm gonna head off. Have a shower, have some dinner, hit the fucking word raid properly. Yeah, I'm gonna have a nice shower, have some nice dinner, and then probably relax. Poison my art. I'm gonna poison my art while I go shower, so it just does that in the background. But yeah, that is it for today. I'm gonna go ahead to Yuri, who's playing the Hex. A very fun, a very silly, sort of meta puzzle game-ish. It's very interesting, but yeah. Hope you have a lovely evening. I'll see you tomorrow for some more. Until then. So until then. Hope you have a lovely evening, day, night, whatever. And yeah. See you tomorrow. Bye!
Allow me to be the first to say. Hiya, Papaya. papaya back at ya.